Wow. my left is a pile of bodies bigger than myself, and on my right is 100 scared souls screaming hell, and they scattered trying to get away, but they gon' meet they in the day, cause ain't no way they ever had a chance to contend with me. Cause see, I kill them all, I could kill them all. It's either me or them, and my blood ain't about to spill it all, cause I'm the hunter, not the hunted. And for an enemy, I guarantee that they don't want me. It's something just a little different by how I run things. Maybe it's the way I turn my enemies to lunch meat, or maybe it's the way I smash everything in front of me. They don't want it, I do it so easy, it's funny, G. I turn a vet into a wannabe and do it to the death. I put them in their final scene. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, I can see the fear in their faces, and here when I come out of the box to leave them faceless, it almost makes it strange for me to break them bones, but now I break so many that it's basic. They told me have mercy, I hit them with a flurry, show them the dark side, then give them hell's fury. Now show me somebody on the planet that handle that, and I'll show you a body that's open just like a saddlebag. Candle wags, that's how I melt them down. My aim flawless, I never mess around. Move at perfection's pace, taking out these clowns. In other words, you against me, then you going down. I said I kill them all, I could kill them all. I got more bodies than the morgue. Now who next to fall? Who next to find out what it's like for them to hit the wall? So hard that when I'm done, ain't nothing left at all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could kill them all, I could kill them all. Yeah, 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 yeah. I could
chosen. There ain't no easy road, gotta create it. It's not given. I'm just living. I'm just living. It's time to slam jam! That's what it is. That's what you need. That's what it's doing. Whatever you wanna call it. One just it's so stolen. Revelation town, watch me fall like this. So I'm already rolling. Flip the front side up to top notch. Whatever it is, do it. I'm like that, do it like this, do it like that, do it like how it's doing. Now I do it like what? Got the speed, I drive this back. Determination, I just imagine. Things that happens at the ass laughing. You go, it's gonna keep asking. Come on, it's like now welcome to the jam. Come on, it's like you shake it, it's on the jam. Come on, it's like now welcome to the jam. Come on, it's like you watch me go a jam. Try.
Throttle cause I'm burning something powerful. Fuel injection action from my femur to my collarbone. Gone in 60 seconds as I'm blasted through the danger zone. Double time and rhyming, stopping on a dime. When they wave the checkered flag, you know I'm clocking in my time. Barriers are broken from the subsonic waves. I'm all gassed up knowing that the fast lane pays. I'm gone.
Life in the fast lane, life in the fast lane.
All I wanna do is speed up till I find you.
I'm saying 3, 2, 1, go! Spark up the ignition, it's top gear and then I'm out of here. Fastest man alive, prepare for takeoff through the atmosphere. Cockpit neutral dropping, watch me burn it on the open road. Speeding round the corner, you can eat my dust. You're too damn slow. Rock and roll ignition, rapid disposition. When I'm blasting supersonic on a fuel injected mission. Carbureted intake, fossil fueling with the turbo boost. Cross the finish line because I'm cranking more juice.
Buckle up for safety cause you know about to blast off. Broken all the records, tell you son you better back off. Speeding like a demon, must be dreaming that my ass lost. Faster than the speed of sound. I'm gone.
Life in the fast lane, life in the fast lane.
All I wanna do is speed up till I find you.
I'm saying 3, 2, 1, go! Black rocket afterburner, flip the switch and watch me zone. Iron Eagle in a tail, buzz the tower, shake the room. Train conductor, locomotive, riding solo, pull the brake. Past the point of no return, we're heating up the intakes.
I'm like tornado, probably really fatal. When I'm rapping all my shit, they like 808. All the competition can get left in the past. Supercharge it in your lane, cause I'm just so fast. I'm gone.
Life in the fast lane, life in the fast lane.
All I wanna do is speed up till I find you.
I'm saying 3, 2, 1, go!
I'm gone.
Life in the fast lane, life in the fast lane.
All I wanna do is speed up till I find you.
3, 2, 1, go!
You think this is a lyrical competition? This isn't a rap game, man. This is the fast lane, son. Oh, you think you're the equivalent to Mark 1? When I'm far past Mark 11 in this ish, man, I'm just following the rules of the road, you know? You ought to try following the rules of the road yourself, kid.
I'm saying 3, 2, 1, go!
I'm gone.
Life in the fast lane, life in the fast lane.
All I wanna do is speed up till I find you.
I think homeboy here's driving with the e-brake on. Get ready to enjoy the essence of my exhaust pipe, brother. Let's go!
This is your man, V Styles. Right now we reminiscing on the days of old. Salute to all my fallen soldiers. I reminisce of a time gone. I never thought I would be in a war zone. Big salute, rest in peace to my man Tone. We got a club on, in other words, in the early morning. We used to get chicks in the suite. Casino comps in a large room full of drinks. It's where we meet, now we out, let's take a ride. The suicide of a dry, yo, my brain fried. He was a true friend. I never thought it would come to an end. Just remember them good days. And pay homage to my brother, it's his day. The anniversary, y'all, we gotta celebrate. Cause tomorrow's war, we never hesitate. We like a problem to y'all, you get your face hurt. You just a bum on the street, you gonna get work. And when we get to the end, you're gonna get murked. Get murked. Smile, we reminisce on the days of old. Salute to all of men whose stories untold. With pride, we celebrate the days of old. It's time to recognize and honor the code. Remember the past, drinking all night, straight spending my cash. Let a fist fight, stay kicking some ass, having a blast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got no whip, put it in drive, yeah, I'm flying him. Emma Sports Car when I'm on the trip. Living real good, yeah, cost the grip. It's a random bit, we ain't having it. Living like kings, like life is good. Got that love, better knock on wood. Win another hand, yeah, you wish you could. Talk a little slick, man, I wish you would. Saw your hand game, man, you ain't that good. Keep it simple, dog, hope it's understood. Train that could, I'm the train that could. Smile, we reminisce of the days of old. Salute to all men whose stories untold. With pride, we celebrate the days of old. It's time to recognize and honor the code. Save my life, stop that man from using that knife. Handling a simple and use his mic. Coming with the heavy, never took it light. Breathes real hard, yeah, I know he's tight. If he was a bit, wouldn't lose his bite. Never missed a man that was in his sight. A really good dude, he was quite unlike. When it came to war, understood the plight. Honor that man, never had a gripe. Never come across, he was on the right. Talk is cheap, better watch your step. Had to take him out, gotta earn that rep. Rest in peace, do I salute. Silence in the room like we on the mute. Like we on the mute. Smile, we reminisce of the days of old. Salute to all of men whose stories untold. With pride, we celebrate the days of old. It's time to recognize and honor the code. It's your man, V Styles. Big salute to all my fallen soldiers. Days of old. I reminisce of a time gone. I never thought I would be in a war zone. Big salute, rest in peace to my man Tone. We got a club on, in other words, in the early morning. We used to get chicks in the suite. Casino comps in a large room full of drinks. It's where we meet, now we out, let's take a ride. The suicide of a dry, yo, my brain fried. He was a true friend. I never thought it would come to an end. Just remember them good days. And pay homage to my brother, it's his day. The anniversary, y'all, we gotta celebrate. Cause tomorrow's war, we never hesitate. We like a problem to y'all, you get your face hurt. You just a bum on the street, you gonna get work. And when we get to the end, you gonna get murked. Get murked. Smile, we reminisce on the days of old. Salute to all of men whose stories untold. With pride, we celebrate the days of old. It's time to recognize and honor the code. Remember the past, drinking all night, straight spending my cash. Let a fist fight, stay kicking some ass, having a blast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got no whip, put it in drive, yeah, I'm flying him. Emma Sports Car when I'm on the trip. Living real good, yeah, cost the grip. It's a random bit, we ain't having it. Living like kings, like life is good. Got that love, better knock on wood. Win another hand, yeah, you wish you could. Talk a little slick, man, I wish you would. Saw your hand game, man, you ain't that good. Keep it simple, dog, hope it's understood. Train that could, I'm the train that could. Smile, we reminisce of the days of old. Salute to all of men whose stories untold. With pride, we celebrate the days of old. It's time to recognize and honor the code. Save my life, stop that man from using that knife. Handling a simple and use his mic. Coming with the heavy, never took it light. Breathes real hard, yeah, I know he's tight. If he was a bit, wouldn't lose his bite. Never missed a man that was in his sight. A really good dude, he was quite unlike. When it came to war, understood the plight. Honor that man, never had a gripe. Never come across, he was on the right. Talk is cheap, better watch your step. Had to take him out, gotta earn that rep. Rest in peace, do I salute. Silence in the room like we on the mute. Like we on the mute. Smile, we reminisce of the days of old. Salute to all of men whose stories untold. With pride, we celebrate the days of old. It's time to recognize and honor the code. It's your man, V Styles. Big salute to all my fallen soldiers. Days of old. I reminisce of a time gone. I never thought I would be in a war zone. Big salute, rest in peace to my man Tone. We got a club on, in other words, in the early morning. We used to get chicks in the suite. Casino comps in a large room full of drinks. It's where we meet, now we out, let's take a ride. like a witch now. Like a witch now.
One fine day with a whoop and a purr, a baby was born and it caused a little stir. No blue buzzard, no three-eyed frog, just a feline canine little cat dog. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world was a little cat dog. Alone in the world was a little cat dog. Out on the road or back in town, all kind of critters putting cat dog down. Gotta rise above it, gotta try to get along. Gotta walk together, gotta sing this song. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world is a little cat dog. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world is a little cat dog. One fine day with a whoop and a purr, a baby was born and it caused a little stir. No blue buzzard, no three-eyed frog, just a feline canine little cat dog. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world was a little cat dog. Out on the road or back in town, all kind of critters putting cat dog down. Gotta rise above it, gotta try to get along. Gotta walk together, gotta sing this song. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world is a little cat dog. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world was a little cat dog. One fine day with a whoop and a purr, a baby was born and it caused a little stir. No blue buzzard, no three-eyed frog, just a feline canine little cat dog. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world was a little cat dog. Out on the road or back in town, all kind of critters putting cat dog down. Gotta rise above it, gotta try to get along. Gotta walk together, gotta sing this song. Cat dog, cat dog. Alone in the world is a little cat dog. Cat dog, cat dog. Nothing in the world like a little cat dog.
Fighting robot, Mega Man. Super 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 fighting robot, Mega Man. Fighting to save the world.
Let's see how you do against Kung Fu Catman!
You're on plasma power!
Kung Fu Catman! Kung Fu Catman! Kung Fu Catman!
Let's go.
risk yourself for Mr. Lincoln.
Arnold!
Let's rock, baby.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to be playing through the entirety of Devil May Cry and commentating on it as I go. In order to show the game to its fullest, I worked on each mission until I could perfect it, then splice them together. So this will be a New Game Plus, Dante Must Die, S rank, no damage, no items playthrough. Before we get into the game proper, I'm just going to let this introduction cutscene play itself out so I have some time to talk about the history of the game because it has quite an interesting backstory. This game was directed by Hideki Kamiya, who previously worked on Resident Evil 1 and directed Resident Evil 2. While many people seem to agree that Resident Evil 2 is a very good follow-up to Resident Evil 1, I don't think it's the kind of game Kamiya wanted to make. He was just doing his best to carry on a series. Anyway, eventually the time came for them to do Resident Evil 4, and Kamiya was appointed as the director. I suppose since it was the fourth installment and it was on a new generation of hardware, they wanted to mix things up a bit to keep it from getting stale. Kamiya then took advantage of that and sort of built the game to be more what he wanted to play, more what he wanted to make. It became more action orientated and less like a Resident Evil game. Shinji Mikami was the executive producer on this game. He created the Resident Evil series, so of course he was overseeing the series and Resident Evil 4 as a result. Eventually he saw the state that the game was in, and this is where he made a smart decision. It would have been tempting, I suppose, to tell the team to focus more on the Resident Evil aspects and tone down the action elements, but instead he did the opposite. He basically told them to forget it was a Resident Evil game and spin it off into its own thing. Apparently it took him several months to convince the management at Capcom that it was the right decision, but his persistence paid off, and as a result we have Devil May Cry. It's a little bit hard to overstate what a big deal this game was at the time. I distinctly remember the feeling if I wanted to play something like Devil May Cry, I just had to go back and play Devil May Cry again because there was really nothing else that scratched that itch. I think that's because this is the point where 3D action games proved they could be as good, if not better, than their 2D counterparts. I'd be lying if I said it hasn't been improved upon by later games in the genre, but I still think anyone with an interest in action games and the history of action games really needs to play this one. So I suppose that's your warning to go play this before you watch me play through it instead. Devil May Cry released on a console, of course, but I feel like its history is more rooted in arcade games, which Kamiya is very fond of. He's related several anecdotes about his misspent youth in the arcades, which I think really highlight the sort of mindset that went into designing this game. Kamiya would have grown up when arcade games were at their zenith, and since he was young at the time, he didn't have very much disposable income. When the time came to go to the arcade, every coin that he had was precious. He didn't want to waste any of it. He wanted to get the most time out of the games that he could for the money that he had. One of the ways he could do that is if they got a new arcade machine in, then he could watch other players and formulate strategies before putting any money in himself. Eventually, if you do things like that and you take it seriously enough, you can get to the point where you can get through those games on a single credit. Arcade games are designed to be brutally difficult because that's the way they make the most money. Every time you die, you need to continue, and if you need to continue, you need to feed it more coins. So if you start doing a single credit clear on one of those games, then you might have people gathering behind you, watching you, because it's very impressive to be able to beat those games without continuing. To paraphrase Kamiya himself, it feels good to have that gallery behind you, but then there's also a temptation to show off a little, and maybe even do things out of the ordinary to impress your spectators even more. You can see where that applies to Devil May Cry. It really taps into that temptation to be stylish. It's a fantastic concept to build a game around, and I suppose it goes to show that all that time Kamiya spent in the arcades wasn't wasted, because it ultimately gave us Devil May Cry. We're heading into the first mission now, and although I hate to start off on a bad note, the first thing I want to address is the camera because it's such an obvious flaw. The camera is one of those vestigial elements from Resident Evil that they maybe didn't have time to rethink or redo, and it just sort of snuck into the game as is. Now, it is a little bit better than Resident Evil because the camera will sometimes pan around or track Dante through certain areas, which they couldn't do before because the backgrounds were pre-rendered. I've never been a fan of the camera positioning in the older Resident Evil games, but I have to admit that it does have some benefits for a horror game. Enemies were often out of view, which was a good way of building tension. You weren't sure what was around each corner. That concept doesn't really work for an action game though. I think ideally you want to be keeping the enemies on screen as much as possible. The controls are another factor as well. The Resident Evil games had the so-called tank controls, whereas Devil May Cry doesn't. In Resident Evil, if you pressed forward, your character would walk forward no matter what the camera orientation was, whereas in Devil May Cry, Dante moves forward relative to the camera. Now that's absolutely the right choice for an action game, but taking the fixed viewpoint into consideration, that is something the tank controls do better, because sometimes the camera will change abruptly from one angle to another. When that happens, if you're using character relative controls, then you can easily keep the character moving along smoothly because you just have to keep holding the same direction, whereas in Devil May Cry it's a bit more complicated. This is why sometimes you'll see when the camera angle changes, Dante will suddenly change direction. I'm sure if you've played the game you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You can mitigate it by keeping the analog stick tilted the same way, which is a nice attempt to fix the problem, but it doesn't always work and it can be kind of confusing. So I would definitely say that the camera is the biggest flaw in Devil May Cry, but it's not like that was a particularly uncommon problem at the time. The camera was the stumbling block for game designers for ages. Some might say it still is. I like a lot of the enemy designs in this game, but the marionettes are one of my favourites. A lot of games have this concept of an unseen evil manipulating its minions to do its bidding, and the marionettes are a very literal take on that. Their animations really sell the idea when they plod along towards you and those little strings become visible just above them. Naturally enough, since they're the first enemy, they're quite easy to defeat, but there's something a little bit unsettling about not knowing what it is that's pulling the strings, and knowing that you're not dealing damage to that thing directly. They're also the best showcase of the juggling mechanic, which is arguably one of the most distinctive and influential features of Devil May Cry. Apparently, juggling was inspired by a glitch Kamiya found when he was playing a pre-release version of Onimusha. He found he could keep the enemies suspended in the air if he just kept attacking them, so he took that as inspiration to turn it into a fully fledged gameplay mechanic in Devil May Cry. Juggling had actually been around for a long time before Onimusha. It's often possible to accomplish it, at least to some degree, in one-on-one fighting games like Street Fighter 2. Devil May Cry has more in common with the ancestors of those games though. Beat-em-ups like Double Dragon or Final Fight, where the protagonist goes up against a horde of weaker thugs. Since those games focused on dealing with multiple threats at the same time, certain attacks would inflict knockdown to temporarily incapacitate opponents and create some space. It's easy to see the parallels with some of Dante's moves. They often accomplish the exact same thing. Those beat-em-ups were relatively complex in that sense compared to other games at the time, where often the most you could hope to do was inflict some hit stun whenever you successfully landed an attack. In that sense, I think this game is more an evolution of beat-em-ups than anything else. Juggling is just another way to control your enemy. Functionally, it's somewhat similar to the grapples you could perform in those beat-em-ups, where the opponent would be helplessly locked in place, giving you a chance to inflict some easy damage. The blade enemies will even break out of a juggle, which would often happen if you tried to hold someone in your grip for too long. Juggling obviously looks more flashy than a simple grab, but it's also more flexible too. Dante retains access to his entire moveset, and you can even move around while you keep an enemy suspended with the pistols. Ultimately, you gain more control than ever before over the position of both you and your target at the same time, so I would go as far as to say that it's an all-around superior mechanic. One-on-one, it's a devastating technique. Since there's so many ways to knock down, juggle and otherwise evade danger zones altogether thanks to the fully 3D environment, the combat system gets balanced out by the ranking system. Creating space is useful for avoiding damage, but the larger the distance between you and your target, the harder it is to maintain a combo against them. The timing on the style meter itself is very tight, you only get a second and a half to keep it going. It can come across as overly punishing, especially against certain enemies, but in a way I actually think it's really well designed. For example, it takes a little over a second to jump and dive kick towards an enemy using the Ifrit gloves, so if you push them away with a charged punch, you get just enough time to keep the combo going. I have to admit that makes a lot of sense because the whole idea behind a combo is something that happens in an unbroken sequence, but as impressively balanced as the timer is around Dante's moveset, it can be very hard to maintain against certain enemies. Ultimately, I think it probably should have been loosened up even just a little bit. I'm skipping the marionettes here, but this is something I tried not to do too often, even though it's possible in lots of different areas. It feels a little cheap to me, but it can be monotonous when you're going back through an area and everything has respawned already, so in those cases I'll often just ignore them. Of course, many areas are blocked off so that you can't escape until you defeat everything first. In 2D games, that was less of a problem because enemies could effectively physically block the player character from moving forward. 3D space gives you a lot more ways to circumvent your opponents, which is fine sometimes, but understandably they didn't want the whole game to consist of Dante running away. Locking doors with a magical barrier isn't exactly the most elegant way to solve that problem, but I'm honestly not sure I've ever seen a better solution. If it works, it works. As you would expect on the highest difficulty, the enemies do more damage, and the bosses have significantly more health, but there's a lot more to it than that. Once you reach hard mode, the enemy layouts change dramatically, which is why I'm fighting a shadow here. Enemies can also go into their own form of Devil Trigger, which has various benefits for them depending on what they are. Usually it means they do even more damage, and your attacks no longer inflict hit stun unless you're in Devil Trigger yourself. It's particularly punishing for marionettes and fetishes because they also gain an absolutely absurd health boost. I'm going to estimate they get about 5 times more health, it might even be more than that. Sometimes you can avoid devil triggered enemies by killing everything before a timer ticks down, but not always, and as if all that wasn't bad enough, the health regeneration you normally get in Devil Trigger is removed, so you can't rely on that either. All in all, it adds up to a huge increase in difficulty compared to normal. I think it's very impressive they went to the effort of making so many changes for the higher difficulties, especially when in a lot of other games the higher difficulty levels really feel like an afterthought. So far I've only been using Alistair, but going forward I'll want to use the Ifrit gloves sometimes instead. There's 2 ways to swap between them. You can press a button to do it in the middle of gameplay, or you can go into the menu and do it from there. Technically the menu is the optimal method because Dante will switch from one to the other without any sort of animation. I can't say I really care about that myself though, I'd much rather waste a second or two in-game than go through the menus, so I'll be avoiding the menus at all costs. That's also why I'll be using Alistair here instead of the shotgun. Ideally, the shotgun is the best choice of gun for Sin Scissors, but I prefer the pistols and I don't want to bother with the menu if I can help it. Keep an eye out here and you'll also see me totally intentionally reading a book in the middle of battle. Most people wouldn't think of using the inspect button in the middle of a fight, but as you can see I've used it to take Dante's uncaring attitude to the next level. Anyway, I'm guessing the gun switching has to be done through the menu so they have time to load in the data for whichever one you choose. The little animation Dante does when swapping his melee weapon might also be to buy time for loading as well. When the game first started development, they actually couldn't fit more than one weapon in memory at a time. It's kind of crazy to imagine, but at one point Dante couldn't even use guns and a sword together. It just goes to show how difficult games development can be. They're a very unique merger of science and art. The science needs to be caught up to where the art wants to be, or else there's going to be huge problems. Thankfully, the programmers were able to perform the necessary incantations to get dual wielding implemented. Swapping seamlessly between close and long range attacks allows the player to stay on the offensive more often. Without it, the game wouldn't have been anywhere near as enjoyable. Some missions have harder time constraints than others. I'd say this is the first one where you really have to put some work in to get the S rank on this difficulty. That's largely because of the boss fight. Depending on how the boss behaves, it might take a bit longer than usual. Because I'm not sure how long it's going to take, I want to use the Stinger attack to cut down on the amount of time I spend on the rest of the mission. Ideally, you might want to use it all the time, but I'm using it kind of strategically. I wait until I know the camera is about to transition from one angle to another. When Dante begins the animation, he's locked to whatever angle he started at, so I'm free to reset the analog stick back to the neutral position. After that I can move forward like normal, so it's really just a way of smoothing out Dante's movement a bit. It's easier to keep him moving in the same direction all the time. There's nothing explicitly wrong with Stinger being a faster form of movement, but it's one of those things where once you work it out, you feel compelled to do it all the time. Moving Dante from point A to point B takes up a good chunk of the playtime, so really it should feel satisfying by itself. To begin with, it might seem perfectly fine, but it starts to feel frustratingly slow once you know there's a faster option. Now, I'm calling this a no damage run, but technically there is no way to accomplish that in this game. Unfortunately, there's 2 areas where you have to lose health, there's no way around it. I suppose the reason they did this was to put the player under more pressure, but using a timer like they do in some other places would probably have been a better choice. I'm guessing they didn't want to repetitively use timers for everything, which is understandable, but this game is all about being cool, being stylish, and forcing players to go through an area where their health bar ticks down isn't really in keeping with that. If you want to get a better sense of why this is a problem, you should watch this bit again after you've seen the whole video. It ruins an otherwise perfect streak, making it stick out in comparison to the rest. As usual, I have the subtitles turned on so you can get some idea of what's happening while I'm yammering over it, but the subtitle option for this game leaves a lot to be desired. Phantom and the other bosses do have captions because they have a distortion effect on their voices, but Dante and Trish don't. It's especially unfortunate because the sound balancing isn't the best. Particularly before boss fights, the music and sound effects can be loud to the point where you have to strain to understand what Dante is saying. I'm pretty sure it ended up this way because the Japanese release used English audio with everything subtitled, so for them it didn't really matter that Dante couldn't be heard all that well since they were relying on subtitles anyway. He's supposed to come across as confident to the point of being brash, and he does, but it would certainly come across a lot better if you could hear him more clearly. I like to think of Phantom as a kind of tutorial boss, even though he's probably more challenging than that might imply. On an initial playthrough, just hacking and slashing will get you to this point, but it won't get you past it. Since Phantom is invulnerable in most places, it quickly becomes clear that you need to put some thought into how you're going to approach this. You're forced to experiment until you find something that works, which is what you'll have to do later, so it sets you up for success going forward. To begin with, the weak point on his back is the more appealing option, but really the most stylish way to beat him is to wait for him to fire a meteor at you and then slash it while it's in mid-air. If you do that, you can reflect it back to him for a nice chunk of damage. It's a little hard to do it consistently though, because you have to time your slash differently depending on how far away you are. It's risky. Since I'm trying to avoid all damage, I really want to take safe, consistent options wherever possible, and thankfully there is a safe alternative. If you attack at the right time, you can blow up the meteor while it's still in his mouth. Stinger is the best option for that because if you do it too early, Phantom gets staggered anyway, cancelling his attack, and if you do it too late, you'll often intercept the meteor, in which case you don't send it back to him, but you don't take damage either. When I'm not focusing on that, you'll see I'm shooting him even if most of the shots end up getting blocked by his carapace. The reason for that is, even though they don't do any damage, they're great at building up some Devil Trigger, and you really want to have as much of it as possible against the bosses because they have about twice as much health on this difficulty. This is the pattern you'll see with all the bosses going forward. They all have so much health that Devil Trigger is really the only good way of dealing damage to them. That might seem kind of dumb, and normally I'm not a big fan of the types of damage sponge enemies that tend to crop up on the higher difficulties of other games, but here it actually makes the fights a little bit more strategic. You really need to be thinking about when and how you're going to use your Devil Trigger, and also about how you're going to build it back up once it's gone. After beating Dante Must Die and playing again on normal, I felt like I was taking massive chunks out of the bosses with every hit. It's worth noting that the basic enemies don't have extra health on the higher difficulties, so it wasn't just a case of blindly turning up some dials to make the game harder. It was a very deliberate decision to give the bosses a certain amount of longevity. Ultimately, it gives me the impression that this is the amount of health the bosses were originally designed to have, which was then lowered, whereas in most other games it feels like the bosses are balanced around normal and then have their health boosted for the harder modes. There really is no absolutely right or wrong way of approaching difficulty options, especially since every game is different, but I think the way they handle it here is nothing short of perfect. As you work your way up to Dante Must Die, the game just gets better and better until it finally feels like this is the way it was supposed to be experienced. This is the only secret mission I'll be showing off, partly because I just don't like some of them, but also because some of them are so far out of the way that they're not really worth the effort. This is one of the easiest ones to get to because you just have to turn around, but a lot of the others require some serious backtracking or exploration to find. I'm pretty sure doing a secret mission helps to boost your rank at the end, but because they're often off the beaten path and require time to complete, they tend to kind of cancel themselves out. In my experience, if you just want to get the S rank, then the benefit tends not to outweigh the time it takes to do them. I'm doing this one because it's quite easy and easy to get to, but also because I want to regain some Devil Trigger by taunting the baby spiders. Admittedly, not my finest moment, but I need a full Devil Trigger gauge for the next section. Most people will probably only ever run away from Phantom during this part, but you can turn around and kill him no problem if you know what you're doing. I love how even this scripted sort of sequence has an opportunity for you to show off a little because you retain full control over Dante. Although many of the enemy layouts are changed on the higher difficulties, some of them are still the same, particularly the ones where an enemy would normally be introduced for the first time. It makes a lot of sense. Enemies have introduction cutscenes, and obviously they didn't want to redo all that work. This is an exception to the rule though. You can see this statue is a cat, so usually you'd be fighting a shadow here, but instead it's a death scissors. To accommodate that, they changed the little cutscene, and it's interesting to me that they would go to that effort when it's normally something they would want to avoid. I'm guessing they were looking at the game as a whole, trying to assess what other places they could have Death Scissors encounters, because it's a very specific sort of encounter. Death Scissors always set up a restrictive barrier around Dante, so they probably wanted to put a bit more care into selecting the locations for these battles to better accommodate that gameplay mechanic. These fights are a perfect example of how important audio cues can be for an action game. Have a listen. Death Scissors have a habit of flying through the walls, which at first can seem a little unfair, but if you just listen out for the audio, it actually becomes very straightforward to dodge them. Since they only ever appear alone, all you need to do is keep your guns at the ready. Dante will always aim towards them. Then, when you hear the audio cue, all you need to do is roll perpendicularly to where Dante is aiming. Once you work that out, I think they become one of the easiest enemies to deal with. Interestingly, studies have shown that humans generally react faster to auditory stimuli than visual stimuli. I'm not especially informed as to why that is, so I won't speculate, but if you don't believe me, I'd encourage you to try a test and see for yourself. It's a very real fact that we respond more quickly to sound. Apparently, I respond to audio 69 milliseconds faster on average. At 60 frames per second, that equates to about 4 frames. Those 4 frames could be the difference between life and death, so you could argue that audio cues are even more important than visual cues, especially for higher levels of play. These kinds of considerations are commonplace now, but it's particularly impressive for the era this game released in. Enemies attacking from off-screen is an order of magnitude more common in 3D games than in the 2D ones which had dominated the action genre up to that point. It would have been easy to overlook or ignore the relatively new problem of enemies disappearing behind the camera, but instead it's been accounted for and factored into the sound design. This boss is listed as Nello Angelo in-game, but I'll be calling him Nero Angelo because that's what it was supposed to be. In Italian, that means Black Angel. It's in Italian because of the Divine Comedy, where Dante and Virgil both get their names from. I'm not sure how much of an influence the Divine Comedy was in general, given that the game started out as a Resident Evil title. I read through it looking for connections, and nothing really stood out to me except for the naming of Dante and Virgil, which is obviously intentional. Nero Angelo would have been mistranslated as Nello Angelo because of the way L's and R's work in Japanese. There isn't actually an L sound in the Japanese language, they just have an R sound, but they don't pronounce it quite as harshly as English speakers would. So when they take a word from another language into Japanese, the L's get turned into R's. If you were to get your hands on the documents for Devil May Cry and Nero Angelo was written in katakana, it would read as Nero Angelo instead. Consequently, when a translator sees a foreign word in Japanese, they need to ascertain whether the R's really are supposed to be R's or whether they should be replaced with L's. In this case, they guessed that both of them should be L's, so Nero Angelo becomes Nello Angelo. He's an important character and it's a good name for him, so it's a shame they got it wrong. Luckily this isn't a story-heavy game, so it's not a disaster by any means, but the translation is very rough around the edges. It always bugged me that they chose absolute for A instead of amazing or awesome or something like that. This boss is a great example of how important and useful taunting can be. After a combo, Nero Angelo will teleport away, during which time he effectively becomes invincible. I can't do any damage to him while he does that, but I also know he can't do any damage to me either, so it's a perfect opportunity for a taunt. Each time I attack him, I tend to use about 3 runes on the Devil Trigger gauge, but if I taunt him I can get some of that back. The amount you get for a taunt actually depends on the distance between you and the enemy. You're rewarded more the closer you are to incentivize riskier play. In this case, I can stand quite close because I know I'm safe, so I get about 2 runes back each time. That means, on average, I'm only losing 1 rune overall, so I can repeat my combo about 7 times before I have to worry about building up more. Taunting also resets the combo timer, which isn't that useful, but at least it means you're not punished for trying to use it. I think it goes without saying then that it's a very valuable technique, but it's also just a very cool gameplay mechanic in and of itself. It suits the character of Dante, and it's a really good way of filling in those gaps in the combat where the player might otherwise not have anything to do. I think that's something this game excels at in general because of the fact that you can taunt, but also because of Dante's guns. You have a lot of options. If there's something in front of you, you can just slash away at it, but if it's not vulnerable at the moment, then you can taunt instead, and if it's not safe to taunt, you can just use your guns. Basically, it just always feels like there's something for you to be doing, and that's not something you can say about every action game. About the only thing I dislike about this fight is the cutscene at the end. I can understand from a narrative perspective the protagonist has to have some struggle along the way, or it just isn't interesting. That said, I think they went a bit too far with this cutscene, where Dante is basically about to die before his pendant pops out and saves him. I think we can assume, if not for that stroke of luck, that Virgil would have killed Dante right here. Again, from a story point of view, this is actually good because it builds intrigue. You don't know what exactly happened or why Nero Angelo spared you. You might have some theories about it, but you can't be sure just yet, and as a result you get a little bit more invested in what's going on. It's just that once you master the boss, it clashes really hard with the gameplay where Dante seemed totally in control up until now. The problem is it's just not rewarding, and in fact it can diminish the reward of beating the boss once you see your character struggling so much afterwards. I'm not a big fan of how it plays out here, but I suppose it's worth noting that you do fight Virgil 2 more times, and the 3rd time you beat him there's no ambiguity about who won, so you do ultimately get that sense of satisfaction. Maybe that eventual satisfaction is even heightened a little because of this cutscene, but I'm not sure Dante needed to be beaten near death to accomplish that. Shadows are my favourite enemy to fight against, and I think the main reason for that is their really exaggerated attack animations. When you get hit by a Shadow's attack, there's really no question about what just happened because it's so obvious. Either Dante gets consumed or impaled by a giant spear or slammed into the ground. Still, because their animations are so exaggerated, they're also really well telegraphed. It's pretty easy to avoid their attacks, if you're just fighting a single one anyway. They're not without flaws though. As much as I like fighting them when they're on screen, it's a different story when they go off screen because their audio cues aren't very distinct. They make low growling noises which are difficult to tell apart and also easily masked by gunfire, which is a problem since they're only vulnerable to guns initially. The biggest problem is when they jump into the air though. There's little to no indication about that attack unless you have a visual on them, which makes it very hard to avoid consistently if you're fighting more than one at a time. Another problem they have is they don't gel very well with the style meter. They can disappear under your feet for extended periods of time where you'll have absolutely no hope of maintaining your combo. They're not really a good example of style in general either because you're very limited in how you can attack them. Despite those issues, they're definitely my favourite enemy in terms of gameplay. Since they're so fast and aggressive, it means you end up constantly dodging these massive attacks, which is very satisfying, when it works out. They're also my favourite enemy just conceptually as well. Shadows are obviously a very adaptable creature, and if you read the enemy files it goes further into that to explain why Dante can't use his sword against them. It says that in the past they adapted to fighting ancient knights. Presumably they haven't been up from the underworld for a while though, which is why Dante's guns are still effective. They haven't had a chance to get accustomed to them. While the weapon restriction against them was probably just a gameplay contrivance first and foremost, it's nice that they went to the effort of explaining it, and I think it makes a surprising amount of sense. I also like the way it stresses the uniqueness of the game, and particularly Dante as a character. It's all but saying that Dante prevails where others would fail because he's not particularly fussy or rigid about the way he fights. He just uses whatever he has on hand to get the job done. This room is normally where you'd be ambushed by some Beelzebub flies, but their role got significantly downsized on this difficulty, so we won't be seeing any of them at all. It's a bit weird that they're missing here, but I'm not complaining, I prefer fighting the plasmas. The ideal strategy for plasmas is very different from other enemies. Usually when you're fighting a group of anything, you want to pick them off one by one, because the more of them that you kill, the fewer that are left, which naturally enough makes it easier to avoid taking damage. It's a pretty obvious piece of logic that applies to lots of situations in lots of games, but plasmas work the opposite way. The most unique move they have is they can split themselves apart into identical copies, but there can only be 3 of them active at a time. If there's 3 of them out, then they can't replicate anymore, so the best approach is to whittle them all down to low health and then kill them all in quick succession. It's a reversal from what the player is normally doing, and for that reason alone I'd say they were a worthwhile inclusion. Even if they didn't offer anything unique, they would have still earned their place in the enemy lineup because of how economical they are to make. The model and animations for Dante already existed, so all they had to do was repurpose those, which is a lot less effort than an enemy would usually take. Considering then that one of the main benefits of the plasmas is that they take less work to set up, I find it very interesting that they also have a bat form. I think it could be that there was initially some kind of bat transformation for Dante which was eventually made obsolete by Alistair's flying form. It's a pretty tenuous theory on that evidence alone, but another thing to consider is Bayonetta. Bayonetta is in many ways a spiritual sequel or counterpart to Devil May Cry, and in that game Bayonetta herself can turn into a crow, which seems similar to what this bat form may have been for Dante. If my little theory is correct, then I think plasmas are a good example of how cut content can be reused in a different context so that the work isn't wasted. Interestingly, this is the second and last Death Scissors that I'll be fighting, and on normal this would be the only Death Scissors fight in this entire playthrough. I think one reason they appear so few times is because once you get used to their attacks, the fights against them tend to play out very similarly. You can see there's not much difference here from what I was doing earlier, so they probably didn't want to repeat that too much, which is wise. They make for a good mini-boss, but not necessarily a good regular encounter. The main reason these don't crop up too much though is that the enemy variety is just very good. There's 14 basic enemy types and 5 bosses, so if you include the bosses in the list of enemies, which I think is pretty fair, then there's 19 different types. There's only 23 missions in the game. Now, most missions will have more than one encounter, but even then you can see that it doesn't leave much room to fight each enemy more than a few times. For example, plasmas are only going to appear in this video 5 times total, and that's including the room and the corridor in this mission separately. So even though I only just encountered them for the first time a minute ago, that's 40% of the plasma fights finished already. While you could certainly say that this game is a little bit on the short side, one of the main reasons for that is because there's not much padding when it comes to the enemy encounters. There's a lot of enemies that you only fight a few times each, and that's one of the reasons why it can be so enjoyable to replay. One of the things I want to talk about is the way Alistair works, because I think it's really well implemented. Later on in this mission, when I'm summoning the elevator, you'll see I use a stabbing combo because that's one of the fastest ways to trigger it with Alistair. That's what's called a pause combo, and it's one of the defining features of the sword play in this game. Depending on how long you pause between Dante's second and third attack, he'll then complete his combo in a different fashion. If you just press the attack button as quickly as you can, you get a standard 3-hit combo that's good at knocking the enemy down. If, on the other hand, you have a long delay between the second and third attack, then Dante does that stabbing combo, which is great for activating those dials and also for building up the style meter against certain enemies. Lastly, if you have a short delay, you get something in between. Dante does a 5-hit combo that does a decent chunk of damage and racks up a good amount of points in a short space of time. This is one of those things that's a little bit hard to define because all we do is press a button and some complex action happens on screen, but the controls just feel right. If you watch Dante between that second and third attack, the way he positions himself is as though he's building up power for that stab maneuver. So for us playing, it's like when we take our pause, we're building up power as well. Another good example is when you're launching, you can tap the attack button to send them into the air, or you can hold the attack button to follow them into the air. Dante is doing a longer animation when he follows them up, so you just hold the button for longer. Something about those attacks just clicks. The animations and the button presses seem like they correlate to each other the way they should. Another great thing about the pause combos is the way the 5-hit combo is in the middle of the other two. I suppose this is up for some debate, but I feel like the 5-hit combo is the best one. The others certainly have their uses, but if you really want to get the most out of Dante, you want to go for that 5-hit combo pretty often. It works out really well then because that one is the most difficult one to get since you have to time it between the other two, so your reward for timing that correctly is you get a bit more power out of it. Similarly, the last hit of each combo is the most damaging and inflicts knockdown because it's your reward and your incentive to finish combos in the first place. I think those things are intentional and they're a clever way of balancing out Dante's moveset. Finally, the thing that's great about all of this is you have so many different attacks with just a single button. There's directional inputs as well, of course, but with that one button you can do a 3-hit combo, a 5-hit combo, a stabbing combo, you can launch the enemy into the air, you can launch and follow them into the air, you can do stinger, or you can do round trip. So you have all those distinct options and none of the inputs feel like they clash with each other. Sometimes the camera can be responsible for you doing a stinger when you wanted to do high time or vice versa, but it doesn't feel like it's the fault of the combat system itself, which is really well thought out. This boss fight can go one of two ways, the easy way or the hard way. I'm going to show you the easy way. Even if you do it the hard way, it's still arguably easier than the earlier encounter though. What you want to do is position yourself in the center of the arena and avoid Phantom's line of sight as much as possible. If he turns 3 times without being able to see Dante, then he jumps into the air and tries to land on Dante. Taking advantage of that, if you stand in the middle and get Phantom to jump several times, the glass ceiling will shatter underneath him, killing him instantly. It's been so long since I initially played this game that I can't remember if this is something I discovered for myself. I get the feeling that maybe somebody told me or I found out some other way, but there's definitely hints in place to help you figure this out. When Phantom lands on the glass, some little shards can be seen flying outwards and it gradually starts to look weaker with each hit. The cutscene here also plays out the same way no matter what you do, so if anything it makes a lot more sense when you use this method. Even though the gameplay is quite simplistic, there's a certain sense of satisfaction in using your brain to defeat the boss like this. You're working smarter, not harder, which seems like the kind of thing Dante would do as well. I can certainly sympathise with anyone who feels this is a cheap strategy, but the nice thing is you're not forced to use it. Even though it's technically the optimal way to beat the boss, the S-rank requirements on this mission are balanced with a regular battle in mind. So if you'd rather just fight Phantom the normal way because you find that more interesting, you can go ahead and do that. You're not punished for it.
Defeated the Phantom. Incredible power.
All that's left now is to open up the drawbridge and finally leave the castle. To do that I'm going to have to use the trident I pick up here. This really feels like one of the holdovers from the Resident Evil days where you would pick up various weird items and use them to solve puzzles with, but if anything it fits better in the world of Devil May Cry. It's easier to imagine that all these crazy pickups would be sitting around in a demonic castle than the relatively more realistic world of Resident Evil. This time around the items are just glorified keys. It drops any pretense of puzzle solving. Anytime you get a prompt up on screen you can just select yes, it's always the correct option. At first it might seem pointless that all these different items essentially do the same thing, but the alternative really isn't any better. Player progress through the environment was always going to be gated in some way, and the alternative really is just giving Dante a load of keys. Given the choice between Dante going around with a ring of keys like castle maintenance or a bunch of magical items, I know which one I ultimately prefer. There's also the benefit that each key, as it were, has a different shape, so the player gets a better idea of where to use it once they pick it up. When you pick up a trident, it's pretty easy to connect that with the 3-hole mechanism that you saw earlier on. For an action game like this, you don't want the player to be confused about where they're going or what door they can unlock next, so that really helps solve that problem. I'd say there's a decent chance the items just made it in because the team had worked on Resident Evil before and that's what they were used to, but it ended up working pretty well regardless. Since you normally get the Ifrit gloves on this mission, now's probably a good time to talk about them. Ultimately I think Alistair is the more versatile and enjoyable weapon, but the Ifrit gloves are unequivocally better against some things like frosts, nightmare, and most cases where you want to deal heavy damage to a single target. The damage output is mainly better because they have charge attacks instead of pause combos, which doesn't lead to as much variation as Alistair, but it's just a different way of again getting the most out of that single attack button. Thankfully, charging up an Ifrit attack also pauses the timer on the combo, so players aren't punished for trying to use Dante's full moveset. That sounds like an obvious thing to do, but I recently played a game released over a decade after Devil May Cry where the combo dropped anytime you tried to charge up an attack. Once I noticed that, I just stopped using those moves altogether, an entire gameplay mechanic wasted because they didn't make that small change to the scoring system. I'm guessing that's also the main reason why Ifrit attacks can't be held indefinitely, otherwise they could have been abused to artificially extend the length of combos by just waiting around in the charge animation. While I might prefer one over the other, I found during this playthrough that every single move you can purchase for both Alistair and Ifrit is incredibly useful at least one point. They both earn their place and feel very distinct from each other, even though some of their moves are functionally quite similar.
Block off, Featherface, or you can stick around and find out the hard way.
Interestingly, you can skip this fight altogether if you're on New Game Plus like I am. The only thing locking you in is a door at the back which has one flame lit. You need to light the other one to open it up. You're not expected to have the Ifrit gloves, but since I do, I could have just lit the flame and walked straight through. As far as I'm concerned though, it's one thing to kill Phantom in a clever way, and another thing entirely to just skip past a boss before it even has a chance to happen, so I'm fighting Griffin as intended. Griffin is very different from the other bosses because you end up dealing the majority of damage to him using guns. You're gonna see me firing Ebony and Ivory quite a lot over the next few minutes, and keep in mind every single shot has to be fired manually. In other words, every single shot is a separate button press. Given the huge amount of health that Griffin has, it can be pretty tough on your wrists, especially if you practice him a few times in a row. Even so, despite the vast number of bullets you can fire in a single playthrough, each shot still somehow feels powerful and satisfying in its own right. The way they accomplish that is just with good use of effects, and I don't think there's any better way of explaining it than just breaking it down. Every shot from Ebony or Ivory will trigger the following: a powerful sound effect for both the shot and its impact, which is probably the most important part, but also a flash of light around Dante, an explosion sprite at the end of the gun, a recoil animation on Dante's hand, a rumble on the controller, a hit reaction from the enemy. In this case, Griffin's head will twitch, his health bar will shake, as well as blood and feathers appearing at the point of impact. And last but not least, a shell casing will fly outwards from the gun, impact with the environment correctly, and make a sound effect every time it bounces off a surface. Again, just to stress this, every single one of those effects happens for every single gunshot, which is why they feel so satisfying. This doesn't just apply to the guns, by the way, it's something they nailed in general. A more common example is the screen shake effect on certain attacks, which emphasises the power of the impact. Little things like that can really make all the difference. Imagine you were put into a room with two versions of Devil May Cry where the gameplay is identical, but one has all those little gunfire touches and the other just has the bare essentials. It's obvious which version the vast majority of people would prefer. All the special effects in the world can't save poor gameplay, but thankfully that's not a problem here. The attention to detail extends down to the gameplay itself. I think when it comes to action games like this, it can be easy to overlook how important those aesthetic considerations are though. Don't get me wrong, the gameplay is by far the most important part, but it's only through those other aspects that we feel what kind of impact we're having on the game world. In some cases, the way those effects make us feel about the actions we perform can be the difference between a good game and a great game. Even such a heavy action game as Devil May Cry is more than just the raw culmination of its gameplay mechanics. There's a lot of other work that goes into making it enjoyable to play. It's not just taunts and charge attacks that change the way the style meter works. During Griffin, it's relaxed somewhat to accommodate the fact that you're very reliant on your guns against him. The only ways to build style with the pistols are to juggle with them, charge them up, or use Devil Trigger, and that's the same as usual here. The difference is what happens afterwards. Most of the time when you just shoot them, your combo will drop, presumably because they didn't want players getting stylish rankings by just shooting enemies from across the entire stage, but that's not necessarily the way it had to be. During this boss, you're allowed to maintain your style just by hitting Griffin with regular shots, and it works as a nice middle ground. I think, theoretically, if you were very careful about when you used your Devil Trigger, you could carry a single combo through this entire boss fight. This also applies to shadows, by the way, so even though I said earlier that they aren't a good example of style, there was at least some consideration put into how players would maintain combos against them specifically. You would think with the more permissive style meter it should be easy to maintain a combo against Griffin, but it can be harder than it first appears. Ebony and Ivory are normally hit scan weapons, in other words they hit their target on the same frame that the shot is fired. That may not be entirely true because there seems to be a delay of a few frames sometimes if there's a larger distance to cover, but either way it's close enough to instant. Going into Devil Trigger changes them to projectiles instead. The bullets are still fast, but they have a travel time, which means they have a much greater chance of missing, so if you're not careful about which method you use to shoot Griffin, he can end up dodging your shots. Even though Devil Trigger might at first seem objectively superior, that small drawback is enough to make it so that not being in Devil Trigger is sometimes the better choice. It's amazing what an impact such a seemingly inconsequential mechanic can make. If you really want to maximize your combos against that boss, you need to be paying attention to that small detail and plan your attacks with that in mind. This is the only boss encounter where you're forced to fight some basic enemies afterwards before the mission ends. It may not look like much, but it can be surprisingly easy to take damage here. In fact, at one point I got through the boss unscathed, came in here and lost my entire health bar. After a lengthy boss fight, it can be very tense knowing that there's still more to do before closing out the mission. That isn't necessarily a bad thing though, in fact I think it can heighten the amount of pressure the player feels. For the most part, the game seems content to let you relax after a boss, which is fair enough, but there's something to be said for exploiting that heightened sense of awareness you get after a difficult battle. One way the game does build tension is a little trick played with the health bar. A lot of the time when you take damage that would normally kill Dante, the health bar empties out entirely, but Dante stays alive. It effectively gives the player a second chance by just pretending that they narrowly avoided death. I think we've all had that moment where you're down to your last pixel of health and suddenly you start playing 10 times better than usual. That little addition is a way of forcing those times to happen more often than normal. It's a really brilliant little touch because it simultaneously makes the game more exciting and more forgiving, although admittedly it loses its effectiveness once you know the trick. Sorry. It goes without saying, but you won't be seeing any of that in this playthrough. Still, I thought it was worth mentioning because it's something almost every player will experience at least once, whether they realise it or not. This area is described as a labyrinth, but really it's more of a gauntlet once you know what you're doing. I get the feeling it may have been inspired by the Lost Woods from The Legend of Zelda. The concept is very similar, although it's altered a bit to suit a more action-orientated game. The blue orbs might be taken as a more overt Zelda influence as well. They function identically to the pieces of heart you'll find in those games. The very first area you control Dante also reminds me of Castlevania, where you get a quiet moment to learn the controls and maybe find a few items before going inside. And obviously the whole setting bears some resemblance to those games as well. Even one of the first enemies you encounter in the very first Castlevania is a shadowy Black Panther. If you're willing to reach a bit deeper, you might even start to question whether or not it's a coincidence that the item which makes Dante invincible is a yellow star. Without insider knowledge, it's hard to know for sure where the inspiration for those things comes from, and even then I don't necessarily mean that they were an intentional effort to replicate something from other series, just that the idea may have been planted there by playing them. In the same way, I don't necessarily believe that Devil May Cry was consciously moulded by arcade games, just that it's easy to see where it carries on their spirit. This is one of the things that sets Kamiya apart from many other famous game directors. Often when you read an interview with a designer and they get asked about what influences them or inspires them, they'll start talking about some books they like or films they admire. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit, but I think at least part of it stems from some notion that games should be influenced by so-called higher forms of art. Almost as though it's embarrassing to admit that games themselves could be your main source of inspiration. Kamiya, on the other hand, will often just list off a bunch of classic games that he continues to play. Instead of shying away from them as an influence, he embraces them, and that's probably a large part of why Devil May Cry was able to push the action genre forward in the way it did. A pure respect for solid gameplay mechanics, and one or two pilfered ideas along the way. This mission is very dense with action, and because of that it highlights one of the restrictions they had to design around. Enemy encounters are constrained to a single type of enemy at a time, almost certainly because of memory limitations. The only exception are marionettes and fetishes for obvious reasons. At the risk of sounding oblivious, I have to confess that this is something I didn't notice or care about before I started working on this commentary. The enemies are so well designed that it's not really a problem. Generally, the benefit of mixing multiple enemy types is that they can fill different roles. One might attack up close, while another is long range. That forces the player to prioritize them and consider their positioning more carefully. Game Design 101. They had no such luxury in Devil May Cry, so they built the enemies to compensate. It's not a coincidence that the majority of them have at least one ranged attack. The puppets can throw their weapons, shadows can turn into spikes, plasmas can shoot lasers or shockwaves, blades can fire their claws, and so on. Even though there's only one type of creature on screen at a time, their abilities are diverse enough that they're often fulfilling different roles. In an ideal world, of course it would have been nice to fight some combinations for a change, but thanks to clever design, the game really doesn't suffer much without it. Death sides are only ever encountered one-on-one, which allowed me to formulate a rather unique strategy for killing them. It turns out that one of the best things you can do against these guys is just stand still. They always have the same movement pattern before they attack, coming in close then flying directly upwards, so they end up being quite easy to dodge. The downward slash you can use while jumping gets extra damage if you use it after an air hike, so just 4 times is enough to kill one. I think they were counting on players to panic a little, or at least move around during these encounters, which makes it much more difficult to read the death side's movement. Standing still might look strange at first, but it actually seems fitting for Dante and the game in general. Often you can find tricks or strategies that will make things much easier than they initially appeared. Often, but not always. If there's a trick to this next encounter, I couldn't work it out. For the most part, the game seems designed with no damage play in mind, but unless you're willing to run past everything, this area seems impossible to get through consistently without getting hit. In fact, I had so much trouble here that this is the only section where I resigned myself to swapping out the guns. I will be swapping again later to demonstrate some stuff, but here I do it because I just couldn't find any other way. The space is so tight that jumping is useless for avoiding damage, and there's so many blades that even a full Devil Trigger gauge will inevitably run out before they're all dead. Once I get into a good position, I swap into the grenade launcher so I can build up Devil Trigger again for round 2. I could be firing the grenades faster, but that's not the best thing to do here. The grenades will knock the blades down, but they can't be knocked down again if they're already in a knockdown state. It turns out that the time it takes Dante to fire 2 grenades is almost exactly the amount of time it takes for a blade to get back up, so if I just keep firing, I can keep knocking them back down. It's not a particularly flashy tactic, but the alternative was skipping them altogether, which I wanted to avoid if possible. The Devil Trigger gauge is really more than just a panic button the player can use if they get in trouble. When you start playing more efficiently, it ends up linking separate engagements into a larger whole. Granted, that relies on you knowing what happens next, so you can plan ahead, but they were definitely hoping people would want to do several playthroughs anyway. In other games, the Devil Trigger equivalent might be a mana pool or some powerful spell that goes on cooldown, both of which can be easily exploited just by waiting for them to recharge. In another game, it might be a smart bomb that you can pick up in certain places, which is very restrictive. The way Devil Trigger builds by attacking, or taking damage, is a lot more suitable for Devil May Cry and leads to more complicated decision making. It might not sound like much, but it's something I had to consider pretty carefully when I was doing this playthrough, even sometimes across separate missions. I didn't get a chance to mention it earlier, but these boss fights with Nero Angelo have phenomenal music. It's a quintessential boss tune with piano, organs, a choir, an electric guitar and synthesizers all rolled into one. This track is only a little over a minute long, but there's 5 distinct phases to it. After the introduction section, it moves forward every 8 bars, so there's very little repetition. What makes this one stand out from the rest is the use of the organ and its pace. The organ kicks in whenever Nero Angelo appears, so we associate it with his presence. Each section of this track tends to start out sounding like a regular Devil May Cry battle theme, which then gradually gets overpowered by the organ. Once that happens, the underlying music adjusts until the organ rises up again. It's pretty easy to see how this represents the two characters in battle. Dante counterattacks or repositions himself and has a moment of relative safety, then Virgil powers back up and attacks again. Of course, that may not be what's actually happening in the gameplay at that particular moment, but that's where the fast pace comes in. Often when we're in the middle of a boss fight, we're too preoccupied with staying alive to really focus that much on the music, so if it doesn't fit what's happening on screen right now, it's not a disaster. Since the music is designed to match the boss, there will inevitably be points where, just by chance, the music and the action on screen will line up very well. Maybe Nero Angelo teleports away to taunt or fire a projectile, and the music just happens to get a little quieter at the same time. Those are the kinds of moments that tend to stick in our memory afterwards. By having the music undergo such drastic shifts at such a rapid pace, the likelihood of those little happy accidents increases. Of course, there's a lot more goes into good music than just the pacing of it, but I think that's one reason why this particular one works so well. I think this is the best fight theme in the game, but the others are great too. I'm particularly fond of the mid-boss theme, which sounds like a bunch of air raid sirens. Maybe that's where air raid gets its name from. The soundtrack in general has a lot of merits, and not just when it comes to the combat. The atmospheric castle track is really unique. The dissonant piano chords in the foreground sound very sinister, but the background is the more interesting part. It's like a string orchestra that's been dulled, so it sounds like it's coming from the other side of a wall. It fades in and out too, so you can never hear the full melody. It's a very strange effect, not the kind of thing I've heard before or since, but it really gives the impression of something evil happening elsewhere, just out of sight. Even now, the setting and the tone they created is very unique for an action game. Probably not the kind of thing that would have happened had it not morphed out of Resident Evil. Those moments of relative silence and eeriness can help to punctuate the action that much more though. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have some quiet sections. The level design often feels like something out of Resident Evil as well, lots of tight corridors that aren't an obvious fit for an action-heavy game. This room is a particularly bad offender. It doesn't really seem designed with a boss fight in mind. There's lots of little bits of geometry to get caught on. I'm open to some interesting stage designs of course, but I think when in doubt, the best course of action for a game like this is to get out of the player's way and let the boss itself shine. If a game starts to shift its focus midway through development, like Devil May Cry did, the level design can be one of the most difficult elements to change. It takes a lot of work to set up in the first place, and it's all supposed to be connected, so changing one area might make it inconsistent with the one beforehand, even if there is a loading screen between them. As a result, it's a little hard to find particularly good things to say about the level design, but they definitely did some things right. The environment generally does a good job of guiding the player, even if there's several possible paths. Outside the Colosseum, the lights on the ground change depending on where Dante should be heading, which some people might follow without even realizing. It doesn't make much sense, but this isn't the kind of game that needs an explanation for everything. They do the same thing with the red orbs in several locations too. In the next mission you'll see a red orb placed in the water so that the player knows where they should be going and that it's safe to jump in there. They also do a good job of defining what objects you should be trying to interact with. There's always some kind of ornate decoration around an important item which draws your attention to it. Those kinds of considerations push the level design up to a decent standard, but apart from a few clever hidden areas you can jump to, it doesn't do much to excel. Thankfully, they get away with a few lackluster areas here and there because it's not as important in an action game as it is for many other genres. Still, I can't help but wonder how things might have turned out if they had a chance to design it from the ground up as Devil May Cry. We're coming up on the first swimming section now. Swimming is the I want to vary my gameplay and I have no idea how to do it last resort. In this case I wouldn't say it adds much, but it's not much of a detriment either, which actually means it's much better than the swimming sections in many other games. There's maybe 5 minutes underwater in an entire playthrough, so it's not particularly intrusive. They gave the blades some unique animations just for these parts, but I'm guessing the switch to first person is so they didn't have to do the same for Dante. It's a bit of a cheeky way of avoiding that work, but it's effective. I can't really blame them considering how well animated Dante normally is. If going first person here allowed them to narrow their focus, I'd say it was well worth it. You could be forgiven for thinking the team had been animating 3D action games for years, even though the genre really only got started at this point. If you watch the Ifrit gloves here, they're a very extreme example of why the animations work so well. When you charge up an Ifrit attack, the majority of the time is spent on the wind-up, and then the active frames are incredibly fast by comparison. The same is true to a lesser degree for Alistair as well, as Slice takes about half as many frames as the wind-up. It's a little exaggerated, a little cartoony almost, but there's a reason why cartoons are the way they are. Animators have known for ages that the time spent between keyframes needs to be accentuated for the motion to come across as intended. That exaggeration gives the attacks a sense of weight and impact that they'd lack otherwise. For a game, that's probably the most important thing to get right, but Dante's animations employ a few more classic techniques as well. 2D animation often makes use of smears, where motion is condensed into an exaggerated frame. If you've ever paused an animated film and caught the character in the middle of an impossible contortion, you are in all likelihood looking at a smear. Those are kind of possible in 3D animation as well by stretching the character model, but that's usually reserved for games with certain art styles. It can look very strange if the characters or setting is otherwise realistic. Dante doesn't technically have smears as far as I can tell, but he does have weapon effects that achieve a similar feel. On Ifrit, there's a fire trail left behind after each attack, which gives the impression of a smooth motion, even if there's very few in-between frames. Alistair has a similar but more subtle distortion effect that accomplishes the same thing. The brain is very good at filling in gaps, so seeing that solid arc of fire is really all we need to imagine Dante's arm moving nicely along that path. Another concept animators use is secondary action, in other words a follow-up effect of the primary motion. In this case, Dante's coat acts as a secondary action. By trailing behind the main animation, it helps to reinforce the idea that he's actually moving around and having an impact on the world around him. Once you start looking for it, you might be surprised how many games have something similar on the player character. It's not a vital technique, but it adds a little touch of realism that makes the whole thing that little bit more convincing, and of course it looks more visually interesting that way as well. It's not just Alistair and Ifrit that work well either. The way Dante moves, even when he's just using ebony and ivory, is also quite impressive. There's a few different animations for his legs depending on what angle he's moving relative to his opponent, and his body turns a little in that direction too. His guns stay fixed on the enemy though, so his arms and shoulders reposition themselves to look natural. When he moves directly backwards, he also bobs up and down a little, like something you might see a lightweight boxer do to keep themselves agile. Without all of those details, Dante's movements would look very flat, but once they're all in place, he looks as though he's constantly adjusting himself. It gives you the impression that he's ready for anything. This boss arena is as bad as the one before, if not worse, more or less for the same reasons. There's a lot of clutter to get snagged on, which can be frustrating at times. My way of dealing with it is to manipulate Griffin into landing. The environment becomes less of a problem that way, and it's easier to deal damage since Devil Trigger shots hit more often at close range. Ifrit is the weapon of choice this time because Rolling Blaze is very good at dealing with the electric bird that Griffin throws out here. If you jump at the right time, you can deal damage to it without having to focus on it. As you saw, I did get hit by it, but interestingly it doesn't deal damage the first time it connects. You're only punished if it hits again shortly afterwards. I think the idea is that it can be used to get a better vantage point, but ultimately it's not that useful. Even so, it's an interesting concept which most of the bosses mirror in some way. They have some kind of attack you can turn to your advantage. With Phantom and Mundus, it's meteors you can knock back, whereas Nightmare can be shut down by deflecting several of its moves, and getting pulled inside offers some unique advantages too. The only boss without a similar mechanic is Nero Angelo, but even then you can parry his attacks, so maybe that counts. Reflecting Meteors is probably the best one because it rewards good timing with a large chunk of damage. It's exciting because the window between success and failure is so small that you can never be totally sure you got it right until you see the result. Mechanics like that are great because they increase the strategic depth without making the controls any more complicated. Plasmas have friendly fire on their lasers, so if you're clever you can position yourself in such a way that they kill each other. Shadows can be frozen in place by landing on top of their horizontal spikes, giving you a few free seconds to unload some shots directly into their core. Complexity tends to be focused around the player's controls, but increasing the number of ways to interact with enemy attacks is another way to boost the skill ceiling. Devil May Cry probably isn't the greatest example of that, but it has a fair amount, especially considering it was really the first game of its kind. Perfecting the whole game like this took me a while, especially because I wanted to work out all the strategies and stuff for myself. I think that's a large part of the enjoyment. Mentally, I was marking off my progress by the number of missions completed, so getting a short freebie at the halfway point was a bit of a morale boost. The problem with that way of thinking is that completing this 1 minute long mission only brings me 1 minute closer to the end. The fact that it's counted separately really makes no difference. Sometimes it's best not to overthink these things if you want to stay motivated, and little did I realise how much worse the difficulty would get from this point on. Anyway, that line of thought really made me wonder why Mission 13 and 14 were split up from each other. It seems like they could have easily been combined together. These are the kinds of things that are easy to lose sight of when you know a game really well. Before making this video, it had been a very long time since I played this game, but I'd played it so much in the past that the whole thing was still very firmly lodged in my memory. That means I know what I need to do and where I need to be going at all times. I don't bother to read the text on the mission start screens anymore. It took me a while to realise that without breaking up those two missions, players may not know that they need to backtrack out of the ship. When it floods, that could be taken as an indication that there's more to discover, or you might at least think that you need to exit the ship a different way, so backtracking a couple of rooms isn't necessarily the intuitive course of action. Splitting the mission up makes that much more clear. It seems obvious in retrospect, but you need to keep in mind that the developers have been working on the game for years by the time it releases. If you think of some game you know really well, you tend to internalize information that isn't necessarily obvious. In my case here, I know exactly where to pick up all the items and where to slot them, but a new player isn't going to know any of that at all. It takes some self-awareness or a good playtesting session to see what you're taking for granted that maybe you shouldn't. To be clear, I'm not saying that all games should be designed for the lowest common denominator in terms of skill or intelligence or whatever. Devil May Cry was consciously designed to be a very challenging game, and that's great, but there's no reason not to smooth out those little bumps if the solution isn't intrusive. Splitting the missions apart barely impacts players who know what they're doing, and might save some new players from wasting a lot of their time. It keeps things moving forward, which is definitely what you want in a game like this. In this area, you'll see me demonstrating one of the more advanced techniques which people call slash cancelling. Every time you finish attacking with Alistair, Dante has a fairly lengthy animation where he puts the sword back on his back. If you spin the analog stick before that happens, Dante finishes the sheathing much more quickly. It roughly cuts the recovery time in half, which might not sound like much, but it makes a big difference, especially since the enemies haven't been designed with it in mind. The Sin Scissors are supposed to dodge away from you if you try to combo them with your sword, the idea being that you should use your guns, ideally the shotgun, instead. Since I'm just repeating the first slash over and over again, they don't register it as a combo, so they don't dodge as much as they're supposed to. Thanks to the increased speed of the slashes, they also don't have enough time to block anymore either, so they become quite trivial to deal with. It's hard to say for sure whether slash cancelling is entirely a bug or not. I have a hard time imagining how something like this snuck in totally uninvited. I think it may have been intentional to some degree, possibly just to make movement smoother after Dante finishes a combo. Whatever the case, I don't think the designers accounted for it being used in the middle of combat like this, otherwise they probably would have programmed these enemies a little differently. Nero Angelo is another good example. If you swap into Devil Trigger and use slash cancelling over and over again, you can rack up huge amounts of damage to him before he teleports away. Bugs can lead to lots of interesting and fun gameplay mechanics. Without a bug in Onimusha, we wouldn't have juggling in Devil May Cry. Since they're not intended, they can obviously cause problems though. If the designers aren't aware of some little quirk, then they can't balance the game around it, and balance is very important, even in a single player game like this. Balance makes it so that Nero Angelo is pushed away enough by a single combo that he has time to teleport out. That gives him opportunities to counter-attack Dante and turn it into an exciting boss fight. From here on out, I'll only be using slash cancelling one more time to break some destructibles a little faster. It was very tempting to use it in a couple of other places, mainly the second part of Mundus, but I wanted to experience the level of difficulty that was intended, and I'm not sure that slash cancelling is part of that. I suppose what I'm getting at is I like little glitches that lead to smoother or more complex gameplay, but I much prefer when they're recognised and canonised as proper gameplay mechanics. Overall, this game has a very smooth difficulty curve. Even on Dante Must Die, when things already start out challenging, it only gets worse from there, but it gets worse at a pretty steady rate. I wish I could say it's all good challenge, but some of it isn't. This next area would be hard enough just fighting 3 shadows at the same time, but the boulders falling from above are actually an even bigger problem. If there's a pattern to these things, I couldn't work it out, so I'm assuming that they're random or at least have a random element to them. Sometimes if you jump to avoid an attack, a rock will appear at the wrong time and smash you before you have any chance to react. Keep in mind, Dante can't change direction in the air, so if your double jump is gone, you're pretty much screwed until you land. There are some safer areas inside the mountain, but they're very restrictive and the camera angles aren't good. Definitely not something you want when you're fighting 3 shadows at once. This is perhaps the only outright unfair thing in the entire game, but it's unfortunate nonetheless. I think that the more challenging a game is, the more care needs to be taken to ensure it's completely fair to the player at all times. Players should always have a chance to react or at least plan ahead so they're not relying on luck to get them through. Personally, I think that should apply to pretty much every game, but I have to admit that easier games can often get away with being more lax on that front. Frustration is multiplied by the amount of effort you put in when you play. Getting hit with something unfair in an easy game isn't ideal, but the player isn't likely to be taking it seriously anyway. In fact, I think that may be why the Beelzebub flies are barely present on the higher difficulties. They're extremely easy to kill, but it's also very hard to avoid taking damage from them because they move around insanely fast. Despite the fact that they do so little damage and have so little health, they may actually be the least fair enemy type of them all. As the game expects more from the player should also be able to expect more of the game, otherwise it's just not respecting the time and effort that it takes to play it well. To begin with, it might seem like the fairness of any given game can be objectively quantified using a few different metrics, and maybe it can, but I'm not convinced that's particularly useful. In the case of Devil May Cry or any other action game, one way to start measuring this is to ensure that enemies telegraph their attacks long enough for the player to respond. In other words, the time it takes for a wind-up to finish should be greater than the average human reaction time. Using visual stimuli, that average seems to be around 250 milliseconds, a quarter of a second, so it'd be fair to say those animations should take at least that long. It's not that simple though. First of all, you need to factor in any input lag, which can vary from game to game, and any potential latency from the display. This was less of a problem when CRT TVs dominated because they process inputs more quickly than modern TVs, which is one reason why some people still prefer them. There's also the potential for dropped frames, even in the most well-optimized of games, so even if a game is running at 60 frames a second the vast majority of the time, if it drops lower for even a moment, that reduces the amount of time a player will have to react. Perhaps that should be factored in as well, just to be safe. In reality, the true barrier for fairness is probably somewhere north of 300 milliseconds, and even then you probably don't want every animation to just take that long or they'll be predictable and tiring, so some of them should probably take longer. We could say then that as long as the game meets those criteria, it's fair, but it's even more complicated than that. Technically, I think plasmas are the worst for this. Some of their moves like lasers and high time are more forgiving, but their basic kicks and slashes connect only 200 milliseconds or so after their startup. There was an effort to make them more fair because Dante's first slash connects about 100 milliseconds after starting, so the plasma equivalent is actually about twice as slow. The problem is it doesn't feel that slow because the animations aren't strongly telegraphed. It can be hard to even see the attack coming before the sword appears. Blades are another enemy which, at least in my opinion, don't telegraph some of their attacks very well. Even though their basic swipe technically takes about 400 milliseconds to connect, it looks very similar to their regular movement pattern, so in reality you get a lot less time to react unless you're keeping an extremely watchful eye on them. Very hard to do considering they usually come in large groups. When I get hit by an attack from either of those enemies, it's tempting to say that the game is unfair, but there's nothing stopping me from using different tactics. Plasmas are relatively weak against guns, and using air raid against blades makes them a joke. In fact, several of Dante's attacks like Inferno and Vortex are so powerful that I feel guilty anytime I use them. The balancing probably isn't as tight as it could be in that regard. The problem then is if a game has given you a tool that can destroy an enemy very easily, by definition that enemy can never be unfair. To think of it another way, plasmas could be invulnerable to everything except guns and they'd still technically be fair, much like a certain other enemy. So even though that objectively answers the question, it doesn't help to decide whether that actually makes for good gameplay. Marionettes have a near instant grab they can use if Dante is positioned in front of them, which obviously flaunts our little 300 millisecond rule, but it's hard to classify it as unfair for similar reasons. Lots of enemies in those beat-em-ups I mentioned earlier would work the exact same way. The idea was never to avoid all of their attacks as they happen, it was to put yourself in a position where you never had to do that in the first place. In the case of marionettes, you could keep your distance, get behind them, or inflict some hit stun to stay safe. As long as you play a certain way, there's no problem, but that justification is a slippery slope which restricts the player's freedom. For example, Dante's jump takes a little over half a second to complete, which means most enemy attacks can start and end before Dante even hits the ground. That can easily happen with the spikes shadows send from underneath. Jumping straight upwards in the presence of a few shadows is incredibly dangerous. Once you know what to do, you can easily work around all of their quirks, and you might even say that makes the combat more tactical, but hopefully it highlights my point. If the player character is in the middle of an uninterruptible action, then the player can't respond to enemy threats even if they see them coming a mile away. Allowing defensive measures to interrupt any other action makes it easier for game designers to ensure fairness, but obviously it doesn't mean this game is unfair just because that's not always possible. It simply means that enemy placements and their AI needs to be more carefully considered so that they never overwhelm the player with an impossible scenario. Taking down Griffin up to now hadn't been too bad, so I was pretty confident going into this fight that it'd be relatively easy. That confidence was incredibly misplaced. You can expect the bosses to gain new moves as you progress, but with this third phase of Griffin, his most common attacks are also subtly more difficult than they were before. The lightning he fires closes in on you faster, which can really mess up your timing if you got used to how it was earlier. You'll see as well there's a little electrical orb thrown in for good measure, which means I can't just jump up and down anymore, I have to move side to side as well. His new move for this fight is like a laser grid, which is also very punishing. The only way to attack him while he's doing it is to try to walk through the gaps rather than roll through. It's possible, but I couldn't manage it consistently, so I went with the safe option. Given the fact that I've already taken off over a third of his health, you might be wondering how bad this fight could possibly be, but the health bar here is a bit tricky. You don't do the same amount of damage after the little cutscene, and I'm not sure, but I think it gets even harder to damage him as the fight goes on. By the end, things get very tense because it seems like Griffin should have died ages ago and you've been hammering the button for a long time. It's almost like an endurance test. I actually really like how tough he is to take down. I think it's easy to imagine that a boss might be struggling to stay alive the lower his health gets. It makes sense in a way. Maybe I'm the only one with this problem, but I think it's surprising the kinds of details you can easily overlook when you're playing more casually. I did more than my share of playthroughs of this game back in the day, and I had to play through twice recently just to reach Dante Must Die difficulty. Despite that, I don't think I ever even noticed that Griffin's attacks are faster until I got to this point where I couldn't just brute force my way through anymore. A lot of the time when I play games, I tend to just put in enough effort to get by, and I think the same is true for a lot of people. It's important to step outside your comfort zone sometimes though. Personally, I feel like one of the best ways to see the merits and problems with any game is to spend some time playing it better than you normally would, and a little time playing worse than usual too. If you experience those extremes, you often get a better sense of what works and what doesn't. In the case of this game, doing this playthrough really showed me how good the bosses are. I'd even go as far as to say that the boss fights are the best part, and actually I think that 15 years on it might still be the best boss lineup in any action game. One main reason they work so well is because there's very little overlap between them. Griffin exploits your ability to use guns, but Nero Angelo has fought up close, and Nightmare is a bit more like a puzzle. The only one that isn't so extreme is Phantom, but he's the introductory boss, and as you've already seen, there's some unique things about him too. Even though they're all very different, that variety doesn't come from them being scripted or anything like that. For the most part, they behave just like they could be a standard enemy. Phantom was even used as the basis for the Cyclops, and in a way, 3 of them kind of do return as enemies after their death thanks to Nightmare. Even if Griffin was much smaller, you wouldn't be able to fight more than one at a time because 2 lightning attacks together might be impossible to dodge, but the death enemies are only ever fought one-on-one as well. If a Death Scissors had more health, maybe it could be considered a boss fight. If Nero Angelo had less health, maybe he could just be a regular encounter. The line between the enemies and the bosses is pretty thin. I suppose what I'm getting at is they exercise the things you've learned so far. I find that the best boss battles act like a kind of test, making sure that you've been learning how to play properly. The ones in this game definitely fall into that category. There's a lot more that goes into making a good boss, of course. A sense of back and forth is important too, which is another thing they nailed. Griffin's probably not the best example since you chip him down over the entire fight, but even so it rarely feels like you're forced to be passive. With the others, you get clear opportunities to take chunks out of their health bar, which is very satisfying. As you would expect, the fights are also significant difficulty spikes, and everything is fairly telegraphed as it should be. In fact, I'd say the bosses are even more fair than some of the regular enemies, where the attack animations and audio cues are sometimes less distinct. Taking all that into account, I feel comfortable saying that the bosses in this game are good. A more controversial point is that you fight them 3 or even 4 times each. Since I enjoyed fighting the bosses so much and even found them to be the highlight, it didn't really bother me. In fact, I was looking forward to the missions with the boss fights more than the others, even if I'd already fought them. The repeat encounters were probably a result of time constraints, so ideally the team may have wanted to implement a few more, but this approach isn't all bad. You get more chances to learn and adapt to the boss, and them unlocking more moves feels a little like they're adapting to you too. It gives the impression that they initially underestimated Dante, but by the end they're trying their hardest to kill him. Finally taking them down after all that work is very satisfying. If I have a problem with this approach, it's that the second encounter with each boss feels the most like filler. To be fair, there is always something new in each encounter to justify it from a gameplay perspective, but I think the second Griffin and Nightmare fights could have been replaced with something else for that little bit more variety. The repeat fights don't bother me much, but I do think the pacing could have been improved with even just one more boss. This is my favourite cutscene in the game. Can't help but feel a bit sorry for Griffin seeing him beg for his life even though he was just trying to kill Dante. I get the impression the 2 of them could have even been buddies if things went a little differently. Like anything in games development, cutscenes aren't easy to make, so they should accomplish as many things as possible to maximise the value they get out of that work. That also just makes them more interesting for the viewer anyway. The same would be true of a film. Every scene should have a purpose, and if you can layer multiple things into it, then that's great. This scene accomplishes several things without any taxing animation. First of all, it kills off Griffin. Once it happens in a cutscene, we know it's permanent. Secondly, it shows how ruthless Mundus is, which establishes him as someone to be feared and hated, building up some stakes for what's obviously going to be the final boss. Thirdly, Dante gets his little speech, which fleshes him out a bit. This is the most consecutive words he speaks in the entire game, by the way. I counted, it's 66. And lastly, by the way Trish looks at him, we can tell she's being swayed by what he's saying, which comes into play later on. All in all, it accomplishes a lot with very little, and I like how it shows a different side to Dante, even if it is probably cheesier than they intended. For the most part, the plot is framed as a revenge story, and it's only now that we see Dante be genuinely heroic, at least to some degree.
I will kill Mundus.
Now, this is the most ridiculous thing I developed a strategy for on this playthrough. After finishing Griffin, you have to jump on this little platform in the middle of the arena, and this isn't the kind of thing you want to mess up after doing such a difficult boss, so I went to the trouble of figuring it out beforehand. It turns out if you stand at the edge of the blue ring, jump straight up, then jump forward in the air, you land on it no problem. I'm sure if you've played you'll know how finicky it can be to land in the right place. Dante is very rigid in the air and only has 2 different jump heights, so you really need to position yourself carefully before takeoff. If I hadn't planned ahead, I might have fumbled the jump after all that work, which isn't a disaster by any means, but it just doesn't look cool. You can actually use a very similar trick in the courtyard near the beginning. There's a little dip in the floor floor, and if you jump right at the edge, you end up on top of the fountain. They might even be intentional guideposts put in there by the level designers, but it's hard to say for sure. Whether it's just happenstance or not, little environmental landmarks like that can make traversal much more consistent. It's incredible how many games have totally unsatisfying jump arcs or jumping controls. The ones in Devil May Cry are pretty poor for platforming because they're almost entirely vertical and have very little mid-air control. You can push Dante a little bit more forwards or backwards, but not much, and you can't change his direction unless you have an air hike ready. It's easy to focus on the traversal aspect, where the jumps sometimes fail spectacularly and say they're bad, but they're not designed for that. They're designed for the combat, which makes up the vast majority of the game. You can already dodge from side to side pretty quickly if you want to avoid a vertical attack, so having a nice vertical jump arc makes it easy to avoid horizontal attacks. It complements the dodge very well as another defensive option and makes it easier to chase after airborne enemies. Some more mid-air control would have been preferable so those platforming sections would be less painful, but if you think about how crucial the jumps are when fighting the ghosts or the bosses, it becomes clear that they're very suitable for this type of game. Most of the time, if you're on full health, you won't see very many green orbs. They usually only drop if you've already taken damage. There are a few scattered around though, and some enemies have a habit of dropping them anyway. If you're on full health when you pick up a green orb, it counts as red orbs, which is a nice way of ensuring that they aren't useless if you've been doing well. It's only worth 10, which is a bit cheap, but I suppose it's the thought that counts. The design of the orbs themselves is almost certainly an homage to the Behelits from the manga Berserk. If you've read it, you should know how ridiculous it is that Dante eats them like candy. I think Kamiya gets a kick out of pushing the power levels in his games to insane heights. In the enemy files, the description for the Frosts says that the air around their claws is below absolute zero.